Yo, checking the mic, the bot, everything. See if we got. All right, let's make sure all the streams are up. Okay, I think YouTube stream is good. There's no music. YouTube stream, but there is music on Twitch stream. Yep, we're good there. There. Awesome. All right, all systems go, you guys. We are here chilling on a Friday night. Software and game dev category. Relatively quiet. Fridays are busier than the week. All right.
Ad break incoming.
All right. Let's get cracking. So we're gonna be mostly focusing on the video editor. I think it's time we start transitioning and migrating out of Kdenlive to my own video editor. I'm behind on YouTube Shorts by a significant amount because of it. What's up, Tuso? Dude, I had to make so much food. Like, I made 2 chicken breasts, 2 tuna steaks, a bunch of broccoli, and a bunch of chicken dumplings. Like a week of food. What's up? Chuyahu? Chudahu? I don't know. Chudawahu? Oh wait, we're missing our VTuber. There he is. Well, once I don't drink alcohol, so I only have no alcohol beers. But this one is the super dry Asahi. So it's like the Japanese rice beer, but without alcohol. I was streaming on the alt channel earlier, the second channel, and yeah, some guy comes in, he's doing the usual hating on vibe coding thing. You are not a real engineer. I am a real engineer. I do low level stuff. You're a fake dev. Like, okay. How many video games have you shipped? The answer is none. They're like a student in college that does lower level programming stuff, like operating system programming stuff for fun. So I'm not going to listen to somebody try to criticize vibe coding. Vibe coding for video games specifically. When they literally have no experience making video games. I'm trying to explain, it's like making a video game, it doesn't matter if you're vibe coding or not. The end output, the worst thing that happens is the user gets a bad frame rate. Not like you're programming embedded systems on like a satellite or something. So anybody that criticizes vibe coding in the context of game dev, it doesn't make it's so not mission critical. Okie dokie, you have me sold. Me order some beers too real quick and vibe code the shit out of the game while chilling on the stream. All right, dude. All right, guys. So what we are doing is honestly, you're kind of starting to see devs being more chill about AI. Like Janetta Carr was kind of anti-AI, but on her streams talked about how she started using ChatGPT to make sure like her thinking is correct. Yeah, dude, everybody's gonna come around to it sooner or later. I think it's been pretty obvious that it's a tool. There's certain applications and situations for it. What's up, Evan? All right, you guys. So our biggest goal tonight is we're trying to get our custom video editor up and running. Trying to have it take over all the editing for the YouTube shorts pretty much at this point, and I want to stop using Kdenlive. Listen to some chiller music eventually. I want some crazy stuff for the beginning of the stream. Boom. What's up, long arm? Boom playing StarCraft, by the way. I was waiting there while I wait for the Nolgem to start. Yeah. I just tuned into her stream. I just saw on my Discord that her status is streaming. I was like, oh, she's back. Finally. Yeah, that was crazy that she disappeared for like 2 weeks. Like I said, like I always usually am in the habit of she's streaming when I'm making breakfast in the morning. So I always would put her stream on while I'm cooking food just to listen to the music a bunch while I'm cooking and steal songs from her playlist. Bro, where did my Discord just go? Hello? Now my status is fixed. Wow, I just opened up my Discord and this is the first thing I see. It's your response to nuclear at the feet pictures. And you said, don't tease me like that. The lip biting emoji. Oh my God, dude. Ridiculous. All right, I found at least one issue that I want to get a Claude to fix. Hey, we've had this issue for a little while. I don't know if it's because of our custom like Z layering and all this stuff, but if I have focus of a window, right, it's drawn on top of everything else on that layer. But then if I just click an empty space off the window and lose focus of it, it doesn't stay on top. Like other windows that are shared in that same layer suddenly pop over top, even though I clicked on blank empty space on the desktop. Weird. That's another issue I'll try to fix. Um, but when I click in blank empty space outside of the window, like on the desktop, it suddenly pops other windows to be drawn on top. For some reason. Even though like I didn't click on that window to gain focus. So I would expect that the thing I most recently had focus of when I click on empty space stays drawn on top of everything in that layer. All right, after this song, we're probably going to listen to, I don't know, maybe, no, we're going to keep going with some crazy music. We're going to keep going with some crazy tunes for a little bit. I need to wake up. This is the start, dude. Start of the stream. You guys can always flip over to the YouTube if you don't want to listen to crazy music. But we gotta get our head in the game. Yeah, a little game demo using character animation pipeline. You can't really use Kling, but honestly, most of my outputs are really bad. Like characters did all kinds of weird stuff. Sent it to you on disk. Yeah, you have to modify your prompts and stuff per. Oh my gosh, I'm so full, dude, from all that food that I ate. Holy crap! Can't even like talk. Processing food. What's wrong with those animations? Kind of cool, dude. All right, there's some animations Tuso did, you guys. What? That's pretty cool. I think those little guys look cool. Oh, I see so much food. Um, Long arm. It's so weird, but I was following 3 channels. I swear I never followed myself. Does Twitch ever make you auto follow stuff? No, I've never ever seen that before. Never seen that. That sounds wild, dude. Oh, I made it. But those turned out good. But like 90% of the outputs were weird. You have to use Claude to engineer the outputs. Get Claude's help. Those guys are also freaking weirdly shaped, man. They have like a hole in them and stuff. Like, I'm not surprised that you had to fight a little bit. They're not like straight up humanoids. You know what I mean? You never followed any of these? That is insane, dude. That's crazy. Hey, we're still having a lot of problems where sometimes my parakeet dictation is like cut off like in the middle. Like a huge amount of the text is missing. Even though I for sure did not press the hotkey and I still see the animation for it recording and everything. And it doesn't have to do with me just being silent for a little bit. Like, I have no idea what's causing it. Can you please add some kind of extensive logging that has like a timestamp on when the dictation ended and like when I pressed the actual hotkey to end it? That right there is also just cut off. It's like we have some kind of a character limit sometimes. I'm tired of my parakeet dictation getting cut off for like no reason. Focus the window so it's on top. Okay. Let's see if this works. Dude, I don't know how I'm even functioning right now. I ate so much food. It's like actually distracting how full my stomach feels. Would be cool if you had a VR headset in Linux. You could use hand gesture to interact with your OS and cloud agents. I could maybe do something like that. I've used my Oculus. I've used my Oculus 3 before. Be looking at like multiple virtual screens in like virtual space and be in some crazy map where I'm in like a space station looking down on Earth. So I've done a lot of working from inside of my Oculus. I can only handle it for about like 3 hours or I get a headache for sure. Um, it's pretty fun. I think I could maybe get it working on Linux. That would actually be something that'd be super sick to vibe code as a replacement multi-desktop VR software immersed. They charge a subscription for that thing. It's so simple and it's actually really crappy. Like amount of environments they offer is that'd be a good thing to. All right, we'll listen to maybe the Resonant Language album, and then after that, we'll off the crazy music for a bit. I think go to some drum and bass. Try Vision Pro. Yeah, I demoed it. I tried the demo of it, the Apple Store once. Pretty cool. Still just bulky. Like we need the AR glasses, and the AR glasses are coming online right now. Not commonplace yet. Gosh, dude, I can't even focus. I'm so full. Can't think right now, man. Right back. Oh, oh. Dude, I did not sleep at all last night. I had like I kept waking up like every hour. Like it took me forever to get to sleep. Like I had anxiety because I'm like, man, I'm falling asleep really late, but I have to get up at 7 a.m. for this interview. And then I kept waking up every hour because I was having dreams and like anxiety about sleeping in and missing the interview. You know, really stupid. So, but I had the interview and did pretty good, and then I fell back asleep for like 5 hours. I don't know. We'll see how long I can last tonight. I'd rather do like a big, awesome stream tomorrow if we can. I mainly want to focus on trying to burn through a pile of Codex tokens for getting this video editor up and running. To the Noldrums. Yes. Oh yeah. How's the? Let's check on the piloting of the characters. Think your Twitch got hacked? Change your password, dude. Put on two-factor authentication. Okay, I think we were trying to generate death animations. Oh. Oh. Guys, I'm like, you're witnessing a streamer trying to fight a food coma with all his might right now. And just barely winning. All right, what else were we working on? Try to get out of Caden Live. Ugh, we need Krita. Krita. I need sleep. Yeah. No, it's the food, man. So much.
Ad break incoming.
You fallen? Are you down? You are down. We can get some real death animations here. Let's see. So much broken on this project, dude. What the heck? Missing waveforms, we're missing thumbnails. It has a title bar. It's like all the changes that it made were specific to the other projects. Bought more Hotmail space. Why'd you do that? You couldn't delete anything? Just to update this password. There isn't anything you could delete at all in your entire inbox. There's nothing to delete. Oh, interesting. Let's see where we're at on So they morphing into an adult, you can no longer just eat anything? Wait, you can't, or are you talking about me eating food? Well, I'm trying to gain weight, so I have to eat so much food. Like, I got an app for tracking calories. I have to eat such a crazy amount of food to gain like 1 pound a month. It's so much, it like puts me in a coma for like an hour after I eat. I'm also just trying to figure out what we can do right now. What the most efficient usage of tokens and time is. I'm not quite sure. I feel like we're reaching a stopping point on the stream characters where I'm not really going to get huge amount of diminishing returns. Is this your goal? Yeah, I'm trying to weigh 140 pounds by like, I don't know, sometime early next year. 6, 7, 8 months from now, maybe even a year. It might even take me a year to get up to 140. Probably gonna take me a whole year. I'm at like 132 right now. It's hard for me to even sustain 132. Bum bum bum. Interesting. You can't even break 200. You're trying to go down. What? Yeah, dude. Everybody's built differently. I was stuck at 120 for most of my life so far. I'll try to go up. So hard. Uh, the only advice I could have is you just cut carbohydrates out and sugar, dude. Like, I bet if you ate the exact same food I ate, but just in like a bigger portion, you'd probably lose weight. It's just as much as possible. It's like every meal is like some kind of protein, some kind of vegetable or fruit, and there's no pasta. There's sometimes there's a little bit of rice. Sometimes there's a little bit of rice in what I eat. But like breakfast is literally eggs, avocado, banana. There's no carbs at all there, you know? And then when I make tacos, I use 90-10 ground beef, not 80-20. So I try to go to the lean on the side on the ground beef. And the other meats, that's the only like real like red meat that I eat is 90-10 ground beef. Then the other meats I eat is chicken breasts and tuna steaks. You know what I mean? You don't eat breakfast or lunch? Oh, crazy. Interesting. I don't know then. Everybody's different. but for sure a lot of like excess comes from sugar and carbs, and sugar is carbs. Like my brother would be super muscular. He just didn't drink beer all the time. That's a big offender. Movement input is not laggy. I let go after. Yeah, the beers. Nice. Dude, I can't this one little bit what's pushed my stomach over the edge, dude. I'm so full. I want to finish it. Good stuff. All right, water for the rest of tonight. Hey, the window position monitor size that should be saved per project. For sure. But the problem was is it was not in this new project, it wasn't saving anything when I closed it out. But it's totally fine for it to be reset for a new project. You just got the beers? What else were you supposed to get? All right. Stream's building up. There's a couple of you guys here for this weekly Friday stream at our normal scheduled time. We're gonna switch over to some like just drum and bass right here. Yeah, reminder you guys. The YouTube version of the stream has no music. If you want to cut all the music out, you want to chill, Twitch has all the music. Are you gonna have more? No. No, I'm done, dude. Oh, my stomach's so full. That's all. I just have one after dinner. It's a lot of like. There's no alcohol in mine, so it's just for the flavor, like one time, and then after that, like, good. You're too late. You missed the one shared no alcohol beer. It is Friday. Guys, I'm trying to find the drum and bass mix I listened to this morning. It was really good. Where is this thing? All right, I'm gonna listen to this mix. We're gonna get off the little crazy stuff now that the stream's warmed up. We're gonna go some more chill stuff. What about that spaceship game? Did they keep working on that? That's Tuso. Tuso is working on the spaceship game right here. He's working on it right now. Doldrum's Tavern beer stream? Maybe. How do you picture that would go? The game is pretty cool. Yeah, it is cool. Young, we have a quiz night, huh? Dude, I don't drink. I quit drinking 7 years ago. I don't get drunk. It's no alcohol beer. So I could pretend like I'm getting drunk. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Like most people around here don't drink anymore in California. Yeah. It's becoming pretty normal now for people to not drink at all in America. Everyone's like so focused on like being healthy and stuff. All right, let's see what this looks like now. Nope. It's not saving my settings on the window position or sizing at all. And it is also not it still has the X11 decoration. Look. So something I want to mess around with is I was playing classic World of Warcraft and
Ad break incoming.
why are there branches for this engine? Can you merge everything? We should only be operating from
That
main.
doesn't match a computer action.
Why are there branches in the engine? Everything should be running off of main right now. Merge everything. Silly Claude.
Codex finished digging into it.
Hello? Where'd my engine go?
Claude answered your question.
Oh. All right, guys. So we're going to do a rendering technique that's in WoW. Do we even need to do it? I don't think we need to do it. All right, so I think we need a gigantic mountain, the southern part of the continent. Like we're barely going to survive this. Nice. Can you put a big mountain on the southern middle part of this continent, like south of where this starting area is? We're using the Null Marlequin project. We're going to start working on the distance fog settings again and figure out like lower LOD versions of the trees and stuff. We're going to try as best we can to match the same rendering techniques of classic like World of Warcraft. Get that same like far sight distance with things like revealing correctly through complete distance fog coverage and yeah. Copy chasing the 2 lines, compare our hockey end press and recording ended. Then MS, since hockey end is right, if a whole trailing word sentence right, we'll know which one it is. Okay, I will leave this session open. I'll let you know the next time I see it get cut off. It seems to be behaving for the most part, but yeah, if it gets cut off again, I'll let you know if we need to read through the logs.
Claude finished investigating.
Okay, did this guy fix this other bug? Where's my Discord, dude? Hey, does something need to be reloaded? Because I still have it happening. So the example I have right now is on my left monitor, my Cintiq. If I click on Discord, it has focus. Then if I click on the Firefox browser, Discord, it has focus and it draws on top. Then if I click on empty desktop space, the Firefox browser then goes back underneath the Discord desktop window. Okay, it just did it. Can you check the message before this one? Because I'm using it right now. It was about, hey, does something need to be reloaded? Blah, blah, blah. And at the end, there is 4 more words that I said when I said then goes back underneath the, I said like 4 more words and then it like cut off. All right. You were launching a stale installed binary from July 16th. Okay. All right, the X11 bar is gone. That's good. Fucking. Okay, now, once again, the new binary in this project, we're going in circles, and I can't resize the window at all. None of the resize controls are there. Figure out how to fix it the program level. Not the project level.
Claude finished looking into it.
It need to be reloaded.
Claude finished the fix. Codex wrapped up the investigation.
Right? So I'm trying to figure out how to package the Krita fork for you guys and for giving away like on YouTube and stuff. It's gonna take a lot of work. All right, go ahead and start splitting it up and compartmentalizing it and stuff. Okay, I just did it. For some reason, our Orinex project is like missing waveform previews for the audio files and it's missing thumbnail previews for the video files. This is also something that should not be fragile at all and it should be in the base null video. It shouldn't be shortcutted or patched or anything in any way per project. It should be something that is baked in. If there's a video clip or an audio clip on the timeline at all, it needs to show these like preview pieces.
Claude needs you to pick some options. Claude's done with the task.
Okay, good. Hopefully the trailing silence fixes it. The other thing too is we're using parakeet. We're not using whispers, so you need to
Claude
change
squashed the bug.
any kind of language or documentation or reference to it being whisper specifically somewhere that made you think that, or memories or whatever it was. No way. That work? No, it doesn't. Can't seem to stream on X. My multi-stream plugin. We'll figure that out some other time.
Claude paused to ask you something.
It looks fixed. Please make memory and record of this changes that we had to make because I don't know, it might break in a different way in the future. So just make note of all the changes we had to make and then push and commit anything.
Codex wrapped up the investigation.
Okay, we got our thumbnails back. We're slowly getting this back online. I'll be right back.
Claude finished investigating.
All right. Ugh. All right, we got some chill music going, you guys. So our biggest goal tonight,
Claude's done with the fix.
we're trying to see if we can get to the point of Bro, why do I hear no fucking audio at all? Hey, I hear no audio at all in the Ornex project when I'm like scrubbing through the timeline or when I hit play. Again, why is this broken in a per project level? That should never be the case. Weird. All right, so that thing's fixing the audio's not playing on new project files we're making with the video editor.
Codex finished investigating.
In the Ornex project specifically, all my hotkeys for navigating the timeline seem broken. I can't hold Alt and mouse wheel to zoom out. Crazy, dude. Oh, very strange. All right, well, that's our first time trying to do two different projects with the video editor.
Codex finished investigating.
I'm looking to the south and I don't see anything. How big is the mountain? How much further south is it? What's our view distance? Dude, where's this mountain? I told it to make a huge mountain. Like, I'm thinking of, like, Ringworld, basically. And I don't see a single mountain. It's all looking pretty flat to me. For the engine of Linux, right? Yeah, we did that a while ago. But I'm trying to improve it right now. Trying to make a huge mountain and I don't see anything.
Ad break incoming.
Yeah, I flew all the way to the coast and I didn't see a mountain. Not working. PTS message, does this work? Is that in the redeems? Oh, it didn't work? We'll check. We'll get some logs going for it. Hey, someone just tried the text-to-speech message redeem in the chat, and it didn't work. It didn't get routed to the Hermes agent at all. It might be because we just switched over to the null voice agent. Wait, so do we need to push or update anything? Be able to test your changes?
Claude answered your question.
Okay, at this point, can you figure out like read and review the whole code base of the null video application and just figure out what kind of code Claude was taking shortcuts on and making a Band-Aid fix that was specific to just the one example project we were using.
Claude's done with the fix.
I feel like there's probably even more that we haven't gotten to yet. Crazy. All right, your text-to-speech redeem might be working again in just a.
Codex wrapped up the investigation.
Okay. Dun, 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 dun. I feel like this prompt is massive. This is way overkill.
Claude finished the bug fix.
Did we get on this one? Did that one work? Nice. Through the currently active voice. For this to work. Only highlight your mess. I just saw the cheer work. The cheer just worked. You were just cheering. The dance and the drink should work. Okay, drink is not working. Drink didn't do anything. No, wait. I was looking at the wrong character. I was looking at Rook. Did drink work? I missed it. I was looking at the other one of your characters. It doesn't look like it worked. It did something, but it didn't look like it to me. Okay.
Claude wrapped up the investigation.
Why isn't the monkey dancing? You pay good money to see that? Did he dance? Which character are you? Did he do a dance? He has a dance. Yo, Tuso, can you try the drink animation again? Can you try it?
Claude needs your input before it continues.
Yeah. Okay, it's not even playing the new animation. Just standing there holding still. We check his cheer and his dance. Did your dance work? That's what it should have looked like.
Codex wrapped up the investigation. All right, our custom video editor is not ready for prime time at all. Pretty far away from it. Apparently, Claude took a bunch of shortcuts and it pieced together a bunch of disjointed versions of multiple versions of the video editor. The video editor like doesn't exist as like a standalone program. It was hacking and shortcutting stuff into specific project files as Claude does. So we're going to let Codex just kind of rip on refactoring the whole thing. What?
Boom's here with power-ups. Your character's not even showing on the screen. What is it doing? Where are you? There you are. Wow, it took a while to load you. There you go. We're testing.
Codex finished digging into it.
Wait, did the drink animation work? I think the drink animation was broken on the Ripper. All right, now you're massive. There you go. No, the drink animation was a still image. All right, yeah, the world since. Nice. Yeah, we've got dance, cheer, drink, and power up, and we're gonna figure out some more for sure eventually. Boom, you can control your character. I think you might have seen this, but it's way less laggy now. I'm still trying to fix some of it. Yeah, text-to-speech should work now. I think. Let me see if it's how to restart anything. Well, that's why I made it cost 10,000 channel points for it. Or bits. I think does it cost bits or channel points? What does it cost right now? You can't test, spend all your 20k points. Yeah, that's why I made it so expensive in channel points, because I didn't want people to just be bugging me with it all the time unless they actually pay money with bits. You should do bits? I was going to, yeah. I thought it did it already, but I guess it didn't.
From Tusark's X, does this work now? Yes, it does.
There we go. Boom, how was your stream earlier? I saw you were finally streaming. Did you remember how to stream again? So you said you couldn't stream and you forgot how to play games also. Money well spent, nice. I'm mainly trying to get my video editor working today. You play some games, you don't remember how to stream? Yeah, it's pretty disorienting. You hadn't streamed for a while. I was in a food coma the whole first hour of this stream. Very exciting. Co-working streams is nice, but there's like zero engagement or growth doing that stuff. Yeah, for sure. YouTube videos about how I made this project, or here's a tutorial on how to do this type of project that I did. That seems to be the only way to get like growth off of building things, you know, for the most part. Simulacca9, Simul Jack 9, what's up? He inspired me to start my own first little VOD project and Codex me. Thanks for your effort. You're learning a lot watching me. Oh, thanks, man. Cool. Glad to hear it. What type of project you making? Yeah, you inspired me too.
Claude wrapped up the investigation.
Oh, thanks. Glad to hear it, Boom. What kind of project are you working on with vibe coding? Insert standard streamer response to. You're gonna copy all your stuff. Well, I'm gonna give out everything I have for free for the most part at some point, except for the engine, the game engine. The game engine's mine. It's all mine. Nobody can have it. It's all mine. But the rest of the stuff I'm trying to figure out a package and give away. It would be like a SoundCloud follow gate, but people have to subscribe on YouTube and follow on Twitch. Get it? All right. Well, that's a chill little mix there. Little mix. Kind of drum and bass mix. It's in my drum and bass playlist. It's not really drum and bass. But it's a fun. See if we can
Claude squash the bug.
That decay on the reverb's maybe a little crazy, huh? Man, what do we listen to? There was a mix right before that one in this playlist that I really like. We'll go with this one. Go with this. There we go. SoundCloud gate? Yeah, we're going to do like a SoundCloud follow gate. Instead, it's for downloading Claude skills, processing like sprite animations and stuff. And you have to subscribe on YouTube and follow on Twitch. Get my Claude skills for sprite animation. My tutorials are going to explain people literally how to do it. If they could literally tell Claude to just read the script from my, it could recreate the same skill. But they could literally just tell it read the YouTube script and make the same thing. But for the people that are too lazy to even do that, I'm gonna put the skills up for download behind a follow gate. Other people are selling that stuff. Like, who is the AI game dev YouTuber that someone in chat shared the other day? He's selling his whole thing for like $500 or something stupid, crazy like that. And this guy. I can't even find it. Someone else showed him to me last week. Simplejack 9, a small travel iOS app with integrated navigation and some chat GPT features within the app, like auto translate from German to French, like our personal adventure and trip app. Oh, that's really nice. Are you trying to get users, or are you just making something for yourself? I think that's one of the best things to do with vibe coding. Make lots of little stuff for yourself. Make your own life easier. Only for ourselves? Nice. That's the most satisfying because you can go really fast. Things don't have to be polished.
Codex wrapped up the investigation. Ad break incoming.
I'm gonna relaunch the characters. We're gonna relaunch the characters because I think your guys' drink animation redeem should be fixed now. It was clearly getting cut short. Hello? Dude, this editor's taking forever to load. This is crazy. Oh, there we go. We're fighting. That's cool. Can just like resume the fight.
Claude answered that for you.
Whisper models, as much as I like them, are nightmare material. Um, yeah, I don't use Whisper anymore. I use Parakeet. Are you what do you feel like is a nightmare material part about it? For me, it's the word hallucination on the silence and stuff is the problem. And the way Parakeet's built, it doesn't hallucinate words on silence. Great big 6-hour VODs to Vector DB Rag. Oh. Yeah, that's what I was doing for my VODs. Are you trying to get clips out of a VOD or what are you trying to do with it? I was doing that and I had my own stream clipping tool that I'm selling, but I might take it down because I don't
Claude
even
got
use
your
it
answer
anymore.
ready.
But I was using Whisper. I would highly recommend if you're trying to turn audio from a VOD into text, looking at using NVIDIA Parakeet instead of Whisper. Still 1,000 hours people explain their setups into a database. Oh, nice. Yeah, I would highly recommend trying the NVIDIA Parakeet models instead of Whisper. If you're having issues with Whisper hallucinating stuff on silence and repeating, like, what is it, like the word yeah or something that it keeps repeating? like
Codex wrapped up the investigation.
a self-contained package that copies media inside it. Automating everything, it just needs to be good enough
Codex finished investigating.
for embedding. These models, though, imagine like at work, you can feed thousands of hours of camera and voice recordings. It's just nightmare material, as much as I like the tech. Again, is it because of accuracy errors with Whisper? Or is it because silence isn't actually silent and it just keeps saying yeah, 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 yeah on the silence? Like, it's pretty fast otherwise, but those are the two problems I had it with it. Is the accuracy was bad, unless you were at minimum using large turbo. I had to use large turbo to have any half results at all. And even then, the hallucination on silence was just not okay. So I had to use Parakeet. Parakeet, what's up, some game dev? Multitron, you ran out of session usage tokens while developing the unlimited graphics quality texture system. 2 hours for development. Continue. Dang, ultra code. Yeah, it'll shoot through a bunch of stuff. No, I can ask the RAG what happened on February 29th with John doing X. Okay, instead of viewing hundreds of hours for Smith. Okay, I understand what you're building, but I'm trying to understand why is Whisper nightmare text, like nightmare material. Why is Whisper problematic? I understand what you're building. Where you're making a database, you're making a semantic search database out of all these recordings. I've got a bunch of, I used vector databases for my stock trading bot. I use it for my marketing tool that compiles data about like what success I've had of different marketing campaigns and different platforms. But I was just curious what you meant by Whisper being nightmare material. Like, what about Whisper specifically is making the process difficult? But that's it. Tuso, I noticed Fable credits last much longer now. Yeah, they did some announcement today. My friend thinks Kimmy's making them sweat or something, and that's why they're extending it. You just chose Whisper as an example. Many models of the same class for surveillance purposes. Oh, interesting. By the way, you guys, reminder, the YouTube stream has no music if you don't want any music, but the music tonight's really chill. And also, you can always customize your character here. Website. You want to be a different dude at the bottom of the screen. Hey, whenever I do a Nightbot command in the multi-chat hub doc, I have it set to just Twitch right now, but I did a Nightbot command, and it posts across all 3 platforms. But I purposely set my drop down to Twitch so it would broadcast on Twitch. I don't want to test any of this locally. I want to just keep testing it and iterating on it in prod. Okay, referenced by path then, just like Premiere.
Codex finished investigating.
Yes, migrate everything when you're done. Okay, apparently our video editor was a bunch of smoke and mirrors. It wasn't actually working like a real
Codex
standalone
finished investigating.
video editor tool. It was kind of a sham, which Claude loves to do. It loves to take the shortcut. So now I'm getting Codex to do a full refactor in code review and reassessment of how the video editor has been constructed. We had a proof of concept, but under the hood, it was like a tacked together disaster. All right, guys. All right. Whole thing just, my whole computer just froze up for closing it out. Hey, the whole desktop like just froze up trying to just close out the Marlequin editor. Yeah, after any change you do, you should be rebuilding the engine and rebuilding the Marlequin editor. No stale binaries ever. Please make sure there's a memory for that when we're iterating on any project that's built with null engine. Go ahead and commit everything and just keep going and let me know when it's time to open Krita again. I can use it and make sure there's no regressions. Check for regressions yourself too before letting me know that it's done.
Claude finished investigating.
Jump feels a little more responsive. I use Nomic, Embed, and LanceDB though for long term. It is the most simple to hook with Llama CPP and cheap Frontier APIs. Huh.
Claude needs your input before it
Interesting how you use
continues.
Claude though. Yeah, I used LanceDB is the one that I used for the 2 applications that I have that have vector databases. I don't know what type of embed they were using though. I didn't look. Actually, let me see if this thing work. Oh no, I still haven't synced this. I did need to sync this from Windows. Okay. I can't resize this. Restart the chat hub if you need to. By the way, the chat messages are going to keep getting spam because we're trying to make fixes to it. So it's going to keep on messing up, keep spamming as we make a bunch of changes. But hopefully your guys' text-to-speech command will work, and my Nightbot command stuff's going to be fixed. You've been using Arctic Embed 2 with Kdrawn. QD Rant. Whatever that is. Arctic Embed 2. What dim are you
Claude finished
using?
looking into it. Claude wrapped up the investigation.
What was the other thing I just thought of that was broken? Oh. Hey, I can't resize the window for this at all. All right, we fixed that bug. Wind Machine. What are we shipping next? You guys will get my Krita fork eventually. Right now, it's packaging things and separating things out. You can do a bunch of redeems now for your character at the bottom of the screen to do like a drink
Claude finished the
animation,
task.
a cheer animation, like a dance animation. That's kind of the main ones. Got a bunch of redeems now for the characters. There's text-to-speech redeems. There's no text-to-speech for bits yet. There needs to be that next. What is tanking my CPU right now?
Claude needs your input before it continues.
Somebody's melting my CPU. Self-test it yourself. Somebody's using like my whole CPU, guys. The stream's dying. Hey, for the setup stream script, can we open the VTuber is getting sent to the correct monitor, but then he's going to Z layer +1. I want him to go down to Z layer -1 instead. All right, guys. I had to close the VTuber out because something's using up 100% of my CPU right now. I don't know who's doing that. Hey, how many cores is Ninja using when building Krita? Can you limit to All right, my stream should hopefully get back to normal in a second here. The default when it's compiling a bunch of the open source software is that it uses all 32 of my CPU cores instead of just a portion of them. All right, there we go. Back to normal. Ninja needed the flag where it limits. I have to do that in every single project. I have to tell Claude to make sure that it runs the Ninja flag of 24 instead of all 34 cores or whatever it is, 34, 32. Because I'm streaming. All right, we're back. Back in business. Can you do an assessment on the game engine boundary with the stream tunes? Because it sounds like I saw something about a bunch of the drink animations and things that are very specific to stream tunes being in the engine level code. So please do a code review and assess what needs to be refactored for all the content that is specific to stream tunes is there, and only like base level like sprite sheet operations and 2D sprite stuff and 2D like sprite physics for the most part is what's in the engine.
Claude squashed the bug.
Okay, I actually need this guy for something else. I need this guy for processing death animations in a moment.
Claude wrapped up the investigation.
Compiler definitely hit the core 0. ISR, I take basically everything off of it. Thing.
Claude wrapped up the investigation.
All right, we need this guy now to look into the website stuff. Hey, our website deploys are taking like 20 minutes at a time now. They've crept back up. we've added a lot of media to the website since then, like all the audio for the language learning tools and stuff. Um, can you? I'm gonna give you the logs, and then can you figure out how we could optimize this?
Claude, got your answer ready. Ad break incoming.
You can find OBS and Streamapps to their own group of 4 cores with core assignment via launch and startup config. That's a good idea. Yeah, the only problem I run into so far is when it needs to compile Krita. Chromium was a bad one, but I haven't had to change Chromium in a while, fortunately.
Claude finished investigating. Claude wrapped up the investigation.
Thanks for the follow, Cobra Chicken. Thanks for chatting in the chat. A lot of you guys just died on that ad break, though. PTS for bits. Loot Dragon, what's up? I just saw in your
Claude
bio,
needs you to pick some options.
is Steel and Sorcery, is this new? No, I worked on that. I started working on that. I joined the company for that almost 3 years ago. And then the game died and we had to cancel it. And the company shut down in March this year. So it's old now. I should probably update the name to Eldegard. What's up, Jiggy? Yeah, it's Friday night, dude. I'm always here Friday and Saturday night at this time. We've had the schedule. Schedule's been consistent.
Claude's done with the task.
Crazy boss fight, Jiggy Spice.
Claude wrapped up the investigation.
Crazy boss fight. It actually looked promising too. Yeah, I mean, it was, man. It was pretty awesome. We just we couldn't compete with the noise. The noise of the internet. There's too much stuff out there for people to play. A lot just sweaty games in general. Sweaty gaming in general is dying. You have to have a pretty massive budget. Try to convince people to play some new sweaty game like Marvel Rivals. Like a PvP focused game. Yeah, boss fight is crazy. I'm so deep into actual work for the next hour. Usually listen to other devs. Get out of your head. Word. Burned you out. If you want to listen to my stream without music, you can switch over to the YouTube version. Just FYI. Cobra Chicken. Letting you know, doing my little PSA announcement for that. I feel like action combat is also a tough combat style to get popular with. For some reason, people don't love it. Yeah, it's too hardcore. It's too sweaty. It puts you in sweat territory. A lot of people don't have the 3D spatial reasoning skills to be able to handle action combat in three-dimensional space with verticality and stuff. It's forever niche. Really heady, like brainy game designers always fall into the trap of thinking it's the future, it's the next step. Why has no one done this yet? But that was true 20 years ago. Nobody had done it yet because networking wasn't as fast, it wasn't as good. There was limitations, and then in the 2010s, the limitations were largely alleviated, and a lot of people made action combat stuff, and it failed with a lot of verticality, like Spellbreak, because we found out there's actually a ceiling in terms of capability for your average human being where it's incredibly difficult to get enough gamers on board with full 3D action combat with a lot of Z-axis like verticality happening. The only people like successfully pulling it off right now is people that can afford to have downtime and hemorrhage millions of dollars on development like Deadlock and Valve. Yeah. So yeah, it's the truth. Full 3D action combat is always going to be more niche than something like tab targeting with basically built-in homing on every button you press. Clip that.
Clip saved. Grab the last few minutes up to 2 hours 44 minutes 30 seconds in. Building the short in the background.
I don't think that's the best iteration of me talking about action combat versus tab targeting. We'll see. I'll review it later. Wu Dragon, you were a combat designer, dude. I'm actually mind blown that the game wasn't popular. It looks way more, no offense, interesting than some of your current games. Well, yeah, that game had a $17 million budget, and it had a legit team of ex Blizzard, ex Riot, AAA developers building that game. That is not a game that one person by themselves can make. That's why it looks that good. At the peak, we had 35 people on the team, and we had about 20 contractors. So we had like a 50 people for like a brief 6-month window working on that game. We averaged about like 25 people throughout the time I was there. Yeah, so that's why that game looks good. I was deep into VR and VR dev. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, VR dev is absolutely up there with very niche. We found another ceiling of video gaming where there's no frontier left. People are like, "Oh my god, VR is going to be the next thing. We're all going to move into VR." In 2016, when I was applying to jobs, I got rejected from a bunch of when I was sending out emails to YouTubers and reviewers about my Kickstarter for them to cover it. I actually got multiple people that told me, "Sorry, I only cover VR games now. Everything's going to VR." And they were wrong, just like all the designers that think action combat is going to fully replace tab targeting for the rest of our lives. Not true. Verticality is one of the big deal breakers. Yeah, I think verticality. I think that the reflexes with action combat, where you're always aiming the camera, and a lot more stuff takes actually physically aiming instead of homing. That's part of it. And then verticality, a high amount of verticality, and like not only moving your camera around left and right, but moving it all up and down in all directions in a Z-axis to track stuff is a super high ask of the majority of most gamers. It's like PC gamers are already pretty more hardcore gamers than console gamers. And then within PC gamers, it's an even smaller, like 5% of them that want to bother like dealing with a lot of verticality all the time. Cobra, now I spend my time outdoors. Use your computer through your phone. Mobile gaming is a lower barrier to entry, yeah, but a higher barrier to marketing. As a trade-off. I love action combat. I don't like all those hero shooters and all that garbage that relies on ults to win. Yeah, I guess that's slightly different, but it's action combat and Marvel Rivals pretty much. Blue Track, I'm so confused. Generally, the game even had Diablo inventory and a Soul-esque like combat. I thought it would do well. Payment integration's more easy. That's true. Damn. So you feel it's not possible for Solar to recreate that? Absolutely not. Literally, like, I just explained to you, it took 30 to 50 people. It took 5 years to build. And they're some of the best engineers, best VFX artists, best animators there is in the world right now. We're all together on a little startup team building that. And there's no shot that one person can recreate Eldegard, even with AI the way it is right now. Mainly because of the art task involved to make the exact same animations, the exact same level of VFX, the exact same level of character design, character modeling. It was insane. We had one guy that's fully in charge of fixing the bugs with Unreal to make the FPS good. Like, that's his whole job. And he's really insane at it. It's not something you just vibe code. Wood Dragon, Cobra Chicken. There isn't the same depth in the market for games that are complicated and require expensive HPC hardware. You jump ship to AI and change industries. A lot of people are doing that right now. The game industry is melting down. Tons of the engineers are going to like Anthropic or some other AI adjacent things. Sturdy Monkey would sub. Some game dev. Action Combat could work if they made the games fun. Did you play Spellbreak? Did you think Spellbreak was fun? Did you play Gigantic? Did you think Gigantic was fun? Did you play Blade and Soul? Did you think Blade and Soul was fun? There's a massive graveyard of action combat games over the last. Deadlock totally would have died if it wasn't Valve. Deadlock was it made a splash for like a month and then it was a dead game for almost a whole year. But Valve's behind it, so they don't care. They just kept pouring development money into it and setting it on fire for another year before people came around to it. Cobra Chicken, you'll never get a normie to put a toaster on their face daily and manage full body. I think so, yeah. Away to the Stars, making a game for 10 years with just 2 people. That's cool. Yeah, I was talking about the game that I just got done working on at a startup. If you go look at it, the fidelity level was boundary pushing, envelope pushing for. It was like all those videos of like, if World of Warcraft was made in Unreal 5 with Nanite. And then, but it actually looked good. Actually looked like what that would look like. Jiggy, the animations in Elgar were so smooth. Controlling the character felt good. The art, I understand for sure. I understand. I guess you're right. It's more that it's the world building too. Yeah, the level design takes forever for those maps. Good luck keyframing with AI. Yeah. Iron Monkey, I've been working on a self-updating knowledge graph for projects to store on memory for AI. Word. I've seen a few projects like that. Is there anything unique about yours? I use one right now called Graphify. Blue Dragon. I didn't even play Spellbreak. I played Blade and Soul. I did enjoy it for a bit, but it became too cash grabby. Okay. It's on Steam. Nice. What type of game is it? I still probably could play Blade and Soul again just for the nostalgia, but it's old now. Yeah, Blade and Soul is pretty good. I think it mostly died because, yeah, I don't know. Just like you said, it was Nexon and cash grabby and content was a little bit stale, but people's appetite for that style of combat is small. Well, I've said it before. I don't think the Riot MMO should. The Riot MMO should not be full action combat. I still could probably play. Oh wait, I read that. I see texel density as a stylization and optimization choice. Yeah, it's totally a stylization. It's like No Man's Sky, but 2D, full of proc generation, which makes dev interesting. Oh, that's good. Yeah, it does make the dev process more. Yeah, for comparison, absolutely one person can make a 2D game. 2 people can make a 2D game with a lot of content. Especially now with AI, it's absolutely insane. We're talking about the last game I worked on is impossible for one person to make today's tools. It was an Unreal Engine 5 dedicated server fantasy extraction combat game, PvP and a bunch of classes and stuff. And it has to be like cheat proof, you know, you have to fix all the issues of people being able to dupe items. So you have to have a tight control in the dedicated server. You have to have anti-cheat stuff for the projectile system. You have to do anti-cheat stuff to make sure people can't see through people's inventories and see what they have in their bags. We set that up in like a cryptographic way that made it literally impossible for hackers to reveal inventories of nearby enemy players. There's just like, and it's in Unreal 5. It was using Nanite. It's using Lumen. And those are both massive headaches that like one person at least has to nonstop all day, every day be figuring out how to get world composition and Lumen and Nanite and all that stuff to play nicely and keep people's frame rates high. Because they're still super broken and buggy. They're getting better, but they're still busted. Somebody on your team has to full-time fix that shit in Unreal 5. Pretty insane. These are getting a bit nutty now, though, and with the video to animation, AI generative modeling animation as well, Fable 5 proves AI can do really complex tasks. I do think the next Firestone dev can accomplish crazy things. I think so too. I'm just saying, right now, today, a solo dev cannot completely make Eldegard. It would take it'd take one person by themselves with the state of tools today, like 10 years. Mainly because it would take them an eternity to be, if it'd be even impossible to be as good as Cole at art and be as good as Joe at sculpting characters in ZBrush, and getting the exact same look and detail that our characters had. Like, you for sure at least need one person that's a lifelong godlike 3D modeler to make Eldegard. Scratch. Like, they're insane. Like Cole has done nothing but art his whole career. He told me he spent time studying Leonardo da Vinci's sketchbooks and notes about lighting and stuff. Like, I'm not going to take the time to do that. I'm a programmer. So he has an eye for art that no one else would. What is your take on games like Soulframe? Soulframe is primarily PvE, so it'll do all right. Action combat can do okay in PvE. PvP is when it's like, that's when you're like whipping your camera around in all directions all the time, trying to keep your head on a swivel, and some super skillful godlike players like flying circles and super jumping around you and like rocket jumping off the ground and all this and throwing grenades and all this crazy like shit. Like, but when it's PvE and it's just like Dark Souls type like stuff, that's totally fine. The action combat is more stomachable by a broader audience. In general, PvE has like 10x the appeal, the audience that PvP does. Just in general, PvE audience is so much bigger than PvP. So there's a higher chance that just because the PvE audience is so much bigger than PvP, there's a high likelihood that you have more people that are going to enjoy action combat that are also PvE. But when you're like both a PvP game and you're full action combat with a bunch of verticality, you're forever looking at in mega elite, sweaty, tiny population of gamers in the whole world. I have problems judging what's good graphics. You went full circle. Away to the stars. Yeah. Chuso, you're a game designer for combat systems. Does your job mean only combat systems for characters, or would you be able to design combat systems for a spaceship game or like an RTS? Yeah, I can design anything. Like, I fully believe I can design anything. Like, I've reverse engineered guns for an FPS game a couple times. That's just me, because I've made games of almost every genre: board games, card games. RTS, I've not. I did help with making an RTS, but I didn't have a lot of decision in the balance or the design. That was a long time ago, but I did help with an RTS once. But once you've like reverse engineered a specific genre and a piece of a genre, it's pretty easy to just do that process in any other genre. But the spin up time, the time is going to take longer if it's a genre you're not as familiar with. Wood Dragon, Soulsframe is technically an action MMO. No, I don't know how much their PvP is what their PvP is like. I haven't kept tabs on it recently. Last time I saw it looked very stiff and cardboardy and clunky. But I just know that Warframe has the PvP, and that's a joke. They put no focus or emphasis on it and trying to make it an actual balanced, competitive, arena-based like game. Jiggy Spice, a hard bottleneck is also the server hosting costs. I feel like that's the true kryptonite for solo devs or indie. Yep, tens of thousands of dollars, multiple tens of thousands of dollars if you have a couple hundred players on Amazon Game Lift. Sturdy Iron Monkey, yeah, this one was brought forth from an AI project that gives autonomy. Needed to create a mind map with access links highlighting in real time to aid in tracing the thought, which will lead to making your own cortex can't be poisoned. Oh, okay. Cool, man. No, it works. Biggie. No, it's like Elden Ring, Dark Souls, single player mainly. Yeah, exactly. So single player PVE action combat has a much bigger audience. Hardcore, full loot drop. You lose everything you have when you die. PvP. People are not happy about high precision skill gameplay in general. Your average person isn't going to play it ever. Cobra, I spent way too much time figuring out how many polys and UV resolution for runtime performance. Oh yeah, for VR. was alright to be super optimized. Yeah, I guess I'm just used to playing MMOs solo now anyways. It's not a big shared world with other random people running around. Okay, so it's more like Warframe. Is that what it's like? Warframe's an MMO light. People call it. When Matt caps in your booth sample pack and boot drive. So then the real bottleneck is the servers then. So my question then is, do you feel single player with co-op is better than a full MMO? Bottleneck is servers? No, I don't know what you're talking about. A bottleneck in terms of what? A solo dev will never be able to compete with like Marvel Rivals, for instance, right? You're not going to be able to come out with something that is just as good. Like a group of a few dozen people can come out with something that can kind of compete a little bit, as we tried to do. But yeah. The output of $100 million and 300 people is going to give you a better PvP experience for something that's on the cutting edge of like what's possible for action combat, you know? But single player co-op is better than a full MMO. I don't know what you mean by that. Do you mean like in terms of fun, or do you mean in terms of like a feasible project for a solo developer to pull off and support long term? Exactly like Elden Ring. You run around solo, but you can see the ghost of other players here and there running around. You can invite players. Okay, so it's Elden Ring. So that's peer to peer. So there's no dedicated server at all in that sort of style of game that Soulframe is. The Elden Ring style multiplayer. There's no dedicated servers. It's just peer to peer. Like somebody is the host world and the server's running on their machine. Better for development for players to invest in. Look at Destiny 2. How are they going to host all those people who buy the game once? Yeah, they had to keep coming out with expansions. But then the servers are costing them money every month. Designing a full MMO even worth it anymore? Well, we're seeing the answer to your question about if it's worth it from an investment standpoint.
Claude wants you to choose some options.
Is no, not unless you're going to build it somewhere where there's cheap labor, either Eastern Europe or China or South Korea. As well as if you're going to put some kind of pay to win or subscription model or something in it. That's the only time it's worth it, apparently, right now, because there's like no MMOs being built in the West anymore. So there's the answer to your question. As you can see, the only one being made in the West really is like Guild Wars 3 and the Riot MMO, and everything's pretty dead. Damn, I feel I could compete with EVE Online. Easy, GG, well played, EVE Online killer here. Maybe now, because you could literally rip their entire game engine. They just open source their whole game engine. So all the hard problems they've solved of like how to do the scaling and the optimization for like the auction house database and stuff is probably in that source code somewhere. Sturdy Iron Monkey. AGI and cognitive architectures keep you mentally exhausted. You try to play a game the other day and you couldn't do it for longer than an hour. 8 to 32 hour gamers for like 31 years. Oh, really? Yeah, I quit binging games a long time ago. Building stuff is really it's super fun right now with the AI stuff. It's crazy. We try. No, I mean like Are MMOs actually not worth creating a full-fledged shared world like World of Warcraft? Peer-to-peer is the future. To be honest, I think peer-to-peer is smart design choice. Small teams with PC gamers have good internet these days. You guys, system providers, better hosts. Yes, peer-to-peer is the right choice if your company is small and you're not Blizzard or Riot or whoever. Peer-to-peer is the correct way to build your your company, your brand, your series of games. All right, we're in the ad break. I'll hold off on the chat. Reading the chat. We got a party going on, you guys. We got a party. That we're cheering, we're drinking. Oh, it's System IQ. What's up? We're in an ad break right now for the people on Twitch. So that's why I'm not wasn't saying anything, but System IQ, this interface, I am on Linux, Arch, KDE Plasma for the desktop environment, and I just riced the crap out of it. And I'm using Ghosty for my terminal, plus Z Shell, plus Tmux, all it together. And then I vibe coded my own speech to text and text to speech confirmation and all that stuff. Workspace routing. I still find myself doing a lot of typing though. I don't always talk. Okay, reading the chat again. You probably find work localizing Asian MMOs. Oh, that's a whole thing. Wait, but you say Soulframe's not an MMO. Is that even true? Because I'm pretty sure your inventory is saved on their servers. So the only part that isn't MMO is seeing everyone in the world. That sounds more like an MMO light and instance-based multiplayer online game, kind of like Diablo, right? 30 Iron Monkey. I don't really go on vacations, so to hell that's why you had gamed. Peer-to-peer is a RCE nightmare. What do you mean by RCE? Really? Sorry, man, it's 3 a.m. here. There's a massive multiplayer. It's just multiplayer. It's just a multiplayer online, not an MMO. Yep. Gamers should be gaming. No more than 50k people on a single server anymore. What game had more than 50k people on one server played? Soulframe has maximum 4 players that can play together. That's not massive multiplayer. Yeah, that's not massively multiplayer at all. The Quinishine. What's your average speech word per minute? That could tell if your typing is great in speech prompting. So I've said this before. Both my speech and my typing is about 40 to 50 when I'm prompt engineering on the fly. Right? But on average, people speak about 130 to 150 words per minute. I can type about 80 to 90 words per minute when I'm like just sitting there doing like type racer, but that's not the reality when you're trying to prompt engineer and make sure that you give the AI the correct information, you give it the information in the right order, you give it the right context. You don't give it too much so it doesn't overthink and do something wacky and weird. You know what I mean? When you like combine, you know, all those typical factors that go into trying to make the prompt good and not like, you know, poison the context too much and all that stuff, then I find that both typing and talking, I get slowed down to the same speed, which is about probably 50 words a minute. So that's why I don't feel pressured like, oh my God, like I have to be talking because then I can work faster. Instead, I'm like, I feel like typing this. Because typing is also more accurate when there's a lot of technical jargon that the speech to text is going to fuck up. So That's the other place where like you have no choice but to type sometimes. It's not all the time, but yeah, so it depends on what I'm doing and how I'm feeling. But I don't feel like I'm sacrificing any speed at all when I decide if I'm going to text or type or talk or type for the prompt. It's extra work to enforce safety and fairness in peer-to-peer. Yeah, it is. Yep. But that's why you don't do peer-to-peer if there's persistent meta progression that needs integrity. So as soon as you decide you're going into peer-to-peer, you have to just throw your hands up and just be like, people are going to cheat what's in their inventory if they really want to. You know? And we're okay with that, right? We're okay with Elden Ring working that way because it's not a competitive game. There's not some kind of massive meta progression thing. There's not a global auction house, you know? So it's okay. So you have to just accept it that if you go to peer-to-peer, you're forever more vulnerable to cheating. But then you as the developer don't have to pay for servers, which again can cost you upwards of 20 grand for just 1,000 to a few hundred players on Amazon GameLift servers per month, which you can't survive off of unless there's subscription fees. That's a tall ask. A lot of people don't want to give a brand new game company that has only been around for a couple years or a year or two with on their first title. They're not going to trust them with a $15 subscription and be like, yeah, they'll still be here 3 years from now if I stop subbing, you know, like World of Warcraft, and I'll still have my characters. You know, Blizzard had to build up a decade of Warcraft titles and Diablo titles and trust and stuff with their player base.
Codex wrapped up the investigation
before they got to the point where shitloads of people are like, yeah, I don't care. I'll pay $15 a month for anything Blizzard puts out because I trust their quality so much. You know what I mean? So peer-to-peer is the way to go for a new developer on the block that wants to do multiplayer games and they want to prove themselves to gamers, you know, and build their audience. It's kind of the only thing to do. That's the smart thing to do. Going from zero and no reputation as a developer straight to subscription-based MMO or something, not a good idea. Huge mistake. Loot Dragon. They do validate loot and item drops to their servers so you connect online to the server, but again, I wonder how they achieve that because they are still holding connections to sync your items, weapons, loot, loadouts from time to time. It's almost as an MMO. It's an MMO light. That's not. It's an MMO light. It's the new hybrid. It's like Destiny. Destiny's an MMO light or a mini MMO or something. EVE Online, old school RuneScape, World of Tanks. EVE Online, I don't know if they have 50,000 players. World of Tanks was able to have 198,541 concurrent active online players on a single logical server cluster. Okay, a cluster, but not like one blade. Yeah, so they're still meshing. They're still meshing multiple pieces of hardware together to pull that off. I wonder if we should be using Caveman Speak, then running that through an intermediate LLM to type more detailed prompts for the actual prompts. What the future is Caveman? Caveman is a plugin in Claude. Have you used it? I stopped using it because it turns itself off all the time if what you ask it to do is even the slightest bit complicated. It says, well, it's too complicated. I have to get out of caveman mode or the planning's going to be bad, you know? Sturdy Monkey for the same spot in open world, EVE Online. I don't know. I wouldn't call it MMO if there isn't MMO activities in game though. It plays 1-on-1, exactly the same as Elden Ring. Like to me, an MMO is if you're able to have a few hundred players at least, all standing around in a capital city at some point, and you're able to have like 100 players in some massive PvP thing, you know, and you have a big seamless world, a continent that's at least like 10 kilometers or 15 kilometers big. And you just run into people freely while you're traversing that continent. That's like an MMO. Anything else less than that is an MMO light. Or an MMO like. Or an instance-based MMO is what you could call it too. Like Guild Wars 1 was an instance-based MMO. And I think you can convey the feeling of being an MMO, again, like Guild Wars 1 successfully did, in the instance-based way.
Claude's done with the task.
I saw K-Man, but it's for output token saving. But yeah, same idea. We could fine-tune our input to be K-Man. I don't know how useful that is. Just maybe try it. No, I guess. Just because, like I said, like Claude itself was like, I can't do caveman or your planning is going to be bad unless and be full of mistakes. Okay. EVE Online all-time current computer Sunday, May 5th, 2013. Tranquility Cluster recorded 65K, but all of them could physically in-game travel to a single area and shoot each other, which is around 50K. It showed up in that zone. That's cool, but again, you're saying the word cluster, so I'm like, how many actual server blades in a rack are communicating together with each other to support that many people in one zone? You know what I mean? Like, it's still a mesh network of, like, multiple pieces. For World of Warcraft zones to even work, they had to split up. The spawning of the characters is a separate
Claude finished
physical
looking into it.
hardware piece. The movement of the characters is separate piece of hardware. The chat is a separate piece of hardware.
Claude's done with the task.
You know what? I actually wonder if we can get new heights on player counts in a server rack and like a server cluster that have never been seen before with these NVIDIA AI racks and their super high bandwidth interconnected networking cabling. You know what I mean? I actually wonder if the new advancements in the networking cabling between server blades and the shared memory might make for insane player caps that we've never seen before. That'd be crazy. Jiggy, I do think MMOs in general are just dead, though. The new generation doesn't like old school MMOs. The new age MMOs are just arbitrary system clickers and progression treadmills, and all the guys who like old school MMOs are married to the MMO they currently play. We try, and this comment I was saying, like, is it even worth to make an MMO, or should they just do this MMO light now? It's not a mesh network. It uses a centralized distributed blade server architecture. Yeah, it's not on one blade. It's multiple blades inside of a rack. That's what you're saying, and multiple racks next to each other. If you have $500 million and a really strong established IP, then yes. You can get the Lord of the Rings IP, then go for it. Yeah, maybe. Which combines high performance in-memory database proxy layers. Okay. Interesting. If not, then I would say it's dead on arrival most likely. Server racks your GPU though. Rendering and logic, the CPU will crawl. Well, the server doesn't render anything, but it is all the logic for projectiles, physics, simulation, location updates. Yeah, what you're saying, Wood Dragon, is pretty much true. That's the play everybody's making right now. That's the play everybody's making right now. Is in making an MMO today is pretty foolish. The people that like the old MMOs, like Jiggy Spice saying, they never want to leave the one that they were playing. The new generation doesn't want to play them because the time investment. And people would rather like make the vibe code some stuff with AI, make some short form content, make YouTube videos, like work on their careers. I don't know, man. Or play a game that has less time investment, like a friend slop game. MMOs are a relic. Like old school MMOs with that level of time investment and kind of monotonous grind. Nobody wants to play those anymore or make time for them in general. Well, some people do, but it's a shrinking population. Everybody would rather watch YouTube for the most part. Out of all the people that were like hardcore MMO players when they were younger, I think now if you look at what they spend their hours on, for almost everybody, it's YouTube is the dominant time sink for a lot of people for when they choose some kind of entertainment. A bunch of GPUs won't cut it. You need iron. A lot of Xeon and DDR5. To make a full MMO, it's going to take so long to implement every feature, and then by the time you spend 10 years developing or whatever, someone's already playing their Elden Ring MMO Lite. Yeah, exactly. You sound like you're starting to grapple, like you're starting to grasp why the gaming industry is so unstable and so risky and dangerous. That's one of the big reasons is you have to predict the future. You have to look at all the genres that are currently at play right now that are like popular or doing well. You have to look at where things are trending, and then you have to try to project out into the timeline of how long it takes to finish a game. Like to be like 2 to 5 years in the future. And you have to bank on there being demand for what you're projecting out way out into the future. And it's pretty hard to do. So you're basically in the business of predicting the future a lot of times. When you're making a big title with a large team and a large budget, something like you just said, like an MMO. Clip that. I see.
Clip saved. Grab the last few minutes up to 3 hours, 24 minutes, 42 seconds in. Building the short in the background.
Part of the truth. You like going hiking backcountry away from this coming disaster? What disaster? An incremental MMO game. What incremental MMO game? More people are working for that money because, damn, the cost of everything is like 2-3x higher. Need more AR VR games? There's not enough money in AR VR games. Meta just canceled all their initiatives. That's a super small. I can't play VR games for more than 3 hours, or I get a headache. My eyes hurt. I think AR will take off more though. when we have the Ray-Ban glasses are more commonplace, I think AR games like Pokemon Go basically, but with your Meta AR glasses, like that kind of stuff it will probably have a new wave, a new surgence for sure. But they're not very commonplace yet. Old crowd chews through new content at a rate that's unsustainable to dev. Or while new players see too much of a mountain to climb, server costs go up with no new blood. That makes sense. Yeah, VR is dead. Yeah, I agree. Or lower development time with a current meta small trendy game. Yeah, that's one of the only options. And that's part of why you maybe have higher success is because you don't have to predict the future out when it's a one person friend slop game that you can make in 2 months. For sure. You can catch the trend while it's still alive and while it's still there instead of having to predict the future. I'm thinking AI is going to end up changing the AR or the VR games. Just heads up displaying when hiking for Jarvis. I think AR will be like the new wave of mobile games for sure. We're not all wearing AR glasses yet, but that will be a new little microwave in gaming that happens. Sure. It's pretty underexplored. I personally think Sandbox, something like DayZ style, is a much safer investment as a developer than fully fledged MMO and then modding support to arrive through the content. Yeah, in general, you're small team, brand new developer, untrusted. You know, the hierarchy of things you can do is like 2D game. And then like single player action combat, single player anything 3D, fine. Then if you really want to do multiplayer for your like first title as an unproven, untested developer, co-op survival crafting is a really good option. No stakes, no PvP. PvP makes things really hard. Co-op survival crafting with an open world. That's a really fun, chill one. Those do really well. You don't have to pay for servers. That's the thing we're talking about, is you just don't have to pay for servers. It's the main thing. And if you really want to do PvP, do peer-to-peer. Because again, you're not paying for servers. And then you don't have to cancel the game on people and tell them it's sunsetting and shutting down. When you have it structured that way. But you can't expect it to have the integrity of an esport worthy game ever, peer to peer. So, but that's fine when you're just like an unproven developer trying to make something that's just fun. You know? I was a huge contributor to Ingress that was made into Pokemon Go. I have mixed feelings about the monetization and goals of AR and mixed reality. Why is they're just selling the data instead of like actually the game being profitable. It's only profitable because they're selling everybody's data. Hey there, everything fine? What's up, Frankie? Yep, we're here on our scheduled Friday vibe coding stream, you guys. This is Friday. Just like I said I'd be here. I was here. I was a little late because I was eating a lot of food. We're here for the Friday stream. I'll be up till I'll be here for another 2 to 3 hours. And then tomorrow is our Saturday stream. Vibe coding. We're mainly focused on Codex has been working for a long time here. It's refactoring my custom video editor that's going to replace Adobe Premiere and After Effects in one program. Really excited for that. But it needs to refactor it because it's a huge mess right now. Claude did the usual mistake. It like got the editor working, but it was all like smoke and mirrors, and it was all like hard coded and janked. It wasn't like a resilient actual like Adobe Premiere replacement. But we got to mess with the interface and do a lot of UI design by it standing things up quickly. So not all is lost. You guys are able to like activate redeems for drink emotes and cheer and dance and stuff on your characters in the chat now. Yeah. We're just chilling. We're having everyone wants to talk about game industry stuff and like MMOs and game industry in general, and that's you know. Wait, did you guys oh yeah, you guys dancing. Nice. We're just having a fun chat about the game industry, the game market. That's something I have a lot to talk about. Wait, did the drink work, Iron Key, or was it bugged out? I might need to restart the characters. Did it actually work, or was it like frozen on like a frame? Because one of the Claudes just fixed that, but it looked frozen. Okay, let me restart the characters. Let's see if it got fixed. Drink emotes. Can I share a video about the newest glass for AR/VR from all 2026? Not content, it's just on YouTube. Yeah, sure. I'm down to look at what the latest AR glasses are. I stopped paying attention like last year. So I'm curious. I use my Oculus 3 quite a bit. I was at work, but yeah, it gave me a headache beyond 3 hours. I feel like we're describing a Minecraft server. For what? For what a good idea is for the types of games that small teams should make before trying to make an MMO. Jiggy, that's another thing, right? As an indie trying to make competitive games, especially with ranked ladders, it's super difficult. But if you just make a fun or goofy or casual PvP game, it's a much higher chance of succeeding. Yeah. Nobody that's indie can like really make something super competitive. Not that's full action combat. You can make a competitive board game, but you're not going to be able to make Marvel Rivals or something. We paid $17,000 for our database and $13,000 for the other servers for 3,000 online players last month for the farm game. Yes, they're farming the geo data for spatial models. Okay. I just found a local AI that works for me with your library. Nice, dude. You look frozen. Oh, did the drinks just work? I missed it. It worked. All right, good. Sweet, dude. I'm gonna say, hey, when they trigger the drink through the redeem, can you make it a random number between either 2 or 3 loops of the ping pong animation? You got Quest Pro? Nice. You haven't logged into VR in 2 years. Everything's in a box. I just stopped using mine because I'm not in an office. I liked mine in an office. I had immersed with my Quests, and I put that in with my noise canceling earbuds, and it was like I'm in a spaceship doing my programming at work with 5 floating virtual monitors in front of my face that are just floating there, and that was really cool. But I don't use it anymore because I'm not in an office where I want to like, go into my own space sometimes. Tuso, that is insane on how much money that costs you for the players for the farm game. That is insane, dude. I think you can do it way cheaper from what I saw when I looked around on the internet. I think you could have done it for like, honestly, like $400, dude. Based on what I saw with either Hetzner or Contabo servers.
Ad break incoming.
I can't believe you paid that much. It's insane. Frankie, yesterday a stream visitor used his Claude AI account to migrate a small app to your library. It worked on first approach. Your hype. Library is even older version. I assume migrated React for comparison. 15,000 Steam VR hours down the drain.
Claude finished the task.
Yo, Memento 911 Mori. Memento Mori, what's up? 1911. Memento Mori, dude. Thanks for the follow. Follows tonight. Got a little ad break, ad gremlin invasion happening. We got to come up with some more enemies. I stopped thinking about the time money I sunk into VR that one shot me so hard for like 4 to 5 years of your life. We fixed it since then. Our cost went down by 91%. Oh, good job, man. Nice. How big can you grow? You can 2x your size. It's the power up stacks 4 times. It's 25% increased damage, health, and character size with each stack. Nice. All right, after you guys revive, I'm going to restart it. Now when you do the drink emote, it'll do it a random 2 or 3 times. Yo, Symbol Jack 9. Thanks for the Prime sub. Look, your dude just got big and he's golden because you did a Prime sub. He did a little cheer. Thanks, man. Nice. The Prime sub animation works for the character. That's pretty cool. You got all this useless Unity Blender substance ball knowledge though? Yeah, that stuff's maybe useless if you went into AI. But if you do game dev stuff, Unity and Blender substance is yeah. I don't know. Maybe it makes you think in new and different ways. Never thought in before. In terms of 3D stuff. Okay, what's this guy doing? A new project that one shots you? You do it all. You changing nothing? What do you mean one shot? You mean like it just took your entire focus, like you were working a bunch of overtime, like nonstop, and you had like no work-life balance on it, like that kind of thing? It's a Prime sub. If you have an Amazon Prime subscription, you once a month you are able to subscribe to someone for free. You can only pick one person to use the Prime sub on. And the cool thing about it is because Amazon owns Twitch, they made it where the Prime sub bypasses the revenue split that Twitch does. So I get the full $5 for the Prime sub. But they make it annoying where you can't just like automatically let your Prime sub keep renewing on somebody. You have to keep manually doing it. Constantly, every time it runs out. So yeah, so they make it cool, but then they make it where somebody has to remember to like manually use that Prime sub constantly. There's a button for it when you go to subscribe. It's like a little checkbox. You have your Amazon account linked. Nice. Cobra Chicken Prime sub. Look, you guys all golden and celebrating. It takes over your mind. You dream about it. So obsession. Yes, the only way I could achieve anything is full addiction and commitment. That's good to hear. That you get full $5. Yeah. Oh yeah. Word, Cobra Chicken. Yeah, that's what that last project did to me that I worked on at work. It was at that level when we were live, especially because I was in charge of all the PvP balance. So I just I'd wake up and have a bunch of random Discord messages from players that want balance changes and stuff all the time. It was crazy. There was no relief from it, no break at all. Your attention is too short to think about subbing. I just remember I had a Prime. Yeah, I forget about it pretty often too. I use my Prime sub on Boom stream every time. You don't think it's available in your region? You don't see it? Yeah, maybe not. I use Twitch as more of a radio because like how to YouTube sub content. Interesting. Yeah, like I said, my Twitch stream. You so gifted 5. That nice. We hit the sub goal tonight. Yeah, if you want the stream as background noise at all, I do multi-stream to YouTube, and the YouTube stream has no music. The Twitch stream has all the music. It's like, you wanna have it as background noise, but without the music. Always an option. Also, I'll give another PSA because we're sitting at 20. Pretty decent amount of people here. Guys can change your character down at the bottom of the screen. This link. Oh, speaking of links, we didn't look at the one Sturdy Monkey dropped about AR glasses. I tried the future of AR VR and its wild all 2026. Yeah, it is a problem. Okay, what does it look like? That's pretty cool. Is that the original HoloLens promise? Yeah, those look pretty lightweight. Or those are the meta ones. Okay, that looks pretty cool. It looks like it is a VR focused channel, yes. This Cass and Cherry XR. $900? Okay. Can we pre-order it yet? Oh, Awe is Augmented World Expo. Oh, it wasn't just like one headset here. It's like a ton of different ones, but this one was the one that's hyped about the most. What? It was in Long Beach. Dude, I want to go next time. Augmented World Expo USA 2026 was the 17th annual premier XR and AI event taking place in Long Beach, California from June 15th. Humans empowered by spatial AI. That would have been cool to go to. Next year. Cool. I really like how Vision Pro cuts out your hands over the UI. I haven't noticed that. That's pretty interesting.
Claude paused to ask you something.
We restart this so we get the multi-drink. Okay. Multi-pass. So, Troy, have you ever been at like big US Comic Cons or BlizzCon? I've never been to BlizzCon, but I went to TwitchCon the last 2 years. And I showed a game at I went to this. I showed one of my games at a convention called MomoCon one time in 2016. That was an anime convention. Pretty cool. Last time I went to SIGGRAPH in Vancouver. I bet that was cool. I went to SIGGRAPH in Anaheim in 2013, and I haven't been since. I've been waiting for it to show back up in Anaheim, but it hasn't. It's in Vancouver pretty often, isn't it? Whoa, wait, it's happening right now? Wait, is today the 19th?
Claude finished investigating.
Wait, it's happening right now in Los Angeles. What? Me talking about how U.S. Comic Cons are turning into a very unpleasant experience. Why is that? Dude, I wonder if some of my friends are at SIGGRAPH. Oh, crazy.
Claude paused to ask you something.
Sorry, I got distracted because you mentioned SIGGRAPH, and I found out it's in Los Angeles. And I have some of my old university friends and professors. They sometimes go. I think I'm going to text them this weekend and see if they're there. Let's see what else. Flute Dragon. It was as I feared. Soulframe is actually using a peer-to-peer model, and there are cheats that seem to be spawning in loot because maybe bad authorization. Take a look at this video. No, it's not just bad authorization. It's like it's peer-to-peer is not safe. You can never make it fully safe. The only way they can make it safe for loot is they just kind of roughly like have an upper limit to what's possible. Like they do a rough calculation of what the maximum amount of loot somebody should be able to be allowed to have from a map or an instance. And then when they leave, they start flagging them as a pattern that they're a cheater if what they left with excels that upper limit that they've set a tolerance value for. But it's never perfect. It's not fully cheat proof on every single All right, this guy's optimizing our build times on the website. That's what you would think, but the video already disproves that theory too. What does the video disprove? The idea works in Warframe because of extraction and loot tables are defined on mission start. Yep. But it doesn't work that great in Soulframe. Interesting. SIGGRAPH is great. Hopefully it doesn't get ruined. You can get so much leakage and hear about what people are actually working on. It's a well-kept
Codex finished investigating.
Nice. GDC is like the game dev equivalent. The guy is literally just spawning loot to himself with a cheat hack in Soulframe. And then what happens when he leaves the map? It just lets him keep everything. Yeah, so there you go. Like, peer-to-peer is always susceptible to some degree of cheating. It's never going to be exactly as airtight as a dedicated server setup. That's why you can't have, like, an auction house, really, or anything with a peer-to-peer low light. Go tolerance policy for cheating, so if you got caught, you probably get banned. Sounds like it. See if this clean death prompt worked out. That's pretty good. Let's try this other one. Let's see if the motion is the same each time. There's a little bit of variability to it. Try a golem. Peer-to-peer is fundamentally flawed to people determined enough to ruin the fun. Yes.
Claude stopped for a clarifying question.
Even we sat here once in this chat a couple months ago. We theory crafted, extrapolated out. What if you have some kind of blockchain type of, checking to make so that all the other connected clients are making sure they can't cheat. You're still susceptible to people can cheat if they have the majority vote in the instance that they're in, and you're still cooked. So he's 100% cheated, but I guess doesn't really matter. 90% of the game's solo anyway. God mode is definitely, like, his cheats are quite destructive. Peer-to-peer auth. Yeah, exploitable by e-gangsters. Yeah. Yeah, No matter how much you try to cook your brain, trying to make peer-to-peer not cheatable, at the end of the day, you will never, ever be as airtight as dedicated servers that you control that are behind lock and key, you know? Locked away behind a bunch of permissions and barriers on AWS servers or something. It won't be the same. You had no idea is that exploitable? Yeah. Compensate with shotgun level bans. What's a shotgun level ban? But again, I mean, even Elden Ring easily modded, so I'm not surprised, but I guess it really is a single player game with co-op then. Yeah, it sounds like it. You're playing cat and mouse, not making anything. The only option is changing the incentives. Cat and mouse. If you make a game where there's little to no incentive to cheat for money or clout, that 0.1%. Well, otherwise, yeah. And the whole reason why we're just bringing this up is purely because we're saying what? Why did she get hit by some piece of junk? Bro, what is going on? Dude, I don't care about any of this stuff.
Ad break incoming.
See what we get on this one. Right. I also yes, it doesn't stop success of the game though, but it's definitely not MMO light. There ain't no protection on it. Imagine what GTA 6 is gonna be like. Well, it's built to be modded, so it's not made to be not an MMO, not Red Dead Online. Maybe they will have a version like Red Dead Online, but for GTA, that'd be kind of cool. AIF. At two subs, gifting all the subs. You ever played Red Dead 2 yet? Red Dead Online is cool. Really an MMO. Red Dead. Where are my cameras like? Yeah, it's dropping frames. Hey, my camera feed is dropping frames today. It wasn't doing this before. We recently like disabled the camera feed going through the game engine idea and all that stuff. So that should be off now. It should, and the CPU is only at 50%.
Claude finished the bug fix.
Plenty on the GPU, but I don't know why. If I just move left and right, like it completely jumps and like skips some frames sometimes. People spawning in money and instant hacks, true. Yeah, single player is still successful, but it can be destroyed. I think the only appeal to MMO is permanent progression and less hackable, but it's bottable, so people get around that too. Single single player is still be successful, but it can be. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the bots are pretty relentless. Okay, I think that this codex meter down here, where it says weekly, it's actually the session limit. And Claude was lying to me on saying that we don't get the session value anymore from codex when it's completed. We only get the weekly. I don't believe it anymore. Dude, where was SIGGRAPH the other years? I remember I looked and it was in Denver. First year I lived here was in Denver. It was in Vancouver last year. Okay. And I think the first year I lived here, it was in, yeah, it was in Denver. So this is a big deal. SIGGRAPH's right next to me. Yeah, I have to text my my old professor. It'd be crazy it's not to if he's only far away. Some people I used to know. Yeah, SIGGRAPH. When we went SIGGRAPH in 2013 here in Anaheim, it was super fun. It was one of the most memorable times actually at all. Period. From when I was college, pretty sweet. I remember I was listening. That Savant album came out like a couple weeks prior. So good. Denver's the worst? Why? It's only going to get harder to make games with DRM, IP, anti-cheat, and server cost access. It's like the Four Horsemen is coming. Why do you think it's going to get harder? AI is making a lot of stuff easier. I agree with the ideals of physical media and ownership. But what we are going to get as a result, nobody's going to be happy. What do you mean? Elaborate. I want to hear what you think the future is beyond this stuff. Impossible to bypass out hypervisor. Okay. What are we doing next here? Just do everything you can right now. Then I'm going to keep restarting the engine and we're going
Claude paused to ask you something.
to test it live. What now? You're on YouTube plus Kick, VC Face, 44% GPU and Stream Teams. Are you still running from the disabled engine path? Holy shit, dude. I never had this problem before while running everything else. I will literally shut down the VTuber right now, and I guarantee it's still going to keep happening. Still going to keep happening. Attach some kind of monitor or logging to the shim on the output frames from camera. All right, I'm going to close my VTuber. This thing's trying to tell me the VTuber is the problem, and it's not. Bullshit answer, Claude. Actually, that fixed it. The VTuber was causing it to skip. Close it and it. That wasn't happening. Or are they being for the same port or something? Why is the GPU running at 80%, pausing? Huh.
Codex wrapped up the investigation.
Destiny, what happens when the Destiny 2 servers keep costing indefinitely and no new content? Do they now have to make this universe offline?
Claude has a question for you.
Nothing like that would be made again? Yeah, pretty much. Unless it's a pay-to-win Asian-made video game. I miss the days go to the video store and pick up old PS1 and 2 games and Xbox. At this point, there'll be no new gaming console either. Yeah, the gaming consoles are all delayed right now for sure because of the hardware price increases. The guillotine coming for all the experiences that I paid for and won't be able to play when corporates reassess their risk. Operating system PCs will be obsolete. The least wants to rent our PC and console on subscription. It's true. AI's gonna be brutal when they all really start doing each other. You will own no device. Apple fired the first real bullet at OpenAI for good reason. It's gonna be epic when everyone starts suing everyone and taking each other's services down. The only I think the whole you will own nothing for your computing devices thing, I think people have been saying that for 15 years and it still hasn't come true. So I think it's humans love to have something to be in fear of at all times, whether it's AI or anything else. And that's just one of those things that people love to always fearmonger over. And I don't think it's true for PC equipment. Yeah, look, yeah, exactly. Stadia is a clear example of like that was the first trial and it didn't work. It's coming. People have been saying that for 15 years and it still hasn't happened, so I don't know how I think it could be any different. Look at the Chromebook. How many people do you know that use a freaking Chromebook right now instead of a MacBook or like a laptop of any kind? How many people digital ID is the first step in the door? How many China's had digital ID? Your whole life is on your phone. Everything. Your driver's license, your wallet, your everything. And yet, there's still quite a few people that own desktop PCs in China. Yeah. Your social credit score from China, your whole entire life is on your cell phone. They all pay with their phone everywhere. No one uses cash. You prove who you are with ID with just your phone. Everywhere you go. There's no such thing as paper or wallets. At least in the big cities. Got facial scan. Lost your privacy forever ago. Yeah, we definitely did. Note the other triggers are unchanged, okay? Camera lock blocks the most important part. All right, let's see what we got on this. What? That's terrible. Get rid of that. Try and regen that.
Claude has a question for you.
This is what I'm talking about on Codex. This is what it should have been doing this whole freaking time. It's just running on loop for like 2 hours straight with GPT 5.6 Soul to like refactor this thing. I'm not like Stage 3 Doomer about tech, but there's definitely going to be a chill Q3 into Q4 from what I'm hearing the ground. Yeah, I mean, we knew the AI bubble was going to burst at some point. They're running into moratoriums on data centers and stuff. You know, like they're gonna run out of hardware capacity for the demand that we have, and then the prices are gonna have to go way up, and people aren't gonna want to pay it. Your Doomer in final stage, players are gonna prison us all. It's going down like Terminator. Wow, that's crazy. You guys think that? I thought that 10 years ago. I was having anxiety attacks and shit. I don't think that way anymore. Especially this year, after seeing the practical reality of using AI for everyday tasks and stuff. I think the future is always way more boring than what science fiction and movies make it out to be. You know, science fiction and movies make the dramatic extreme version of the future on purpose because it's entertainment and they're trying to make things entertaining. But more often than not, the reality of life in the future is always like more boring than what you see in a movie that tries to predict what the world looks like in that year. You know what I mean? At least for people that live in you know, countries where we have food security and stuff already, at least. Like, I don't know. There's still a lot of boring parts of life. Nothing's changed that. They don't show you that when they make a movie about what life's going to be like 20 years from now. Or TV show. They cut out all the parts where people are still cooking scrambled eggs in a pan every morning. You predict the future is gonna be more like RoboCop, not Star Trek. Interesting. But fucked up shit too. Just don't see it. It's on dark web. Yeah, every day, like while we're talking, there's the worst things imaginable are happening somewhere to the 8 billion people in the world, and then the most amazing things ever are happening somewhere to the 8 billion people in the world. We didn't really have a set offloading process before 2026. I see the systems and the writing on the wall. Offboarding? What do you mean offboarding? You can't even get more than $20 out of someone using $20,000 to compute. Getting rid of people? Oh, you're talking about people losing their jobs from AI? Is that what you're talking about when you're like doomer about the future? There's no top line revenue? I just say AI. Well, I know one thing's for sure is that Bitcoin is going to hit a low at the end of this year. Just because that's the timing on the 4-year cycle. If you map it out to the last 2 4-year cycles, I think the lowest it could possibly hit is $35,000. But it's going to be in the $35,000 to $50,000 range for sure from this fall all the way through the spring, just because that's the 4-year cycle it follows. But if you look at how much value overall crypto market has in it, it's like 2.5 trillion right now. That doesn't really tank the market when it follows its cycle and it shrinks back down. But I know that's for sure going to go down just because that's the natural cycle that it follows. You're going to invest in gambling? Okay. There's a lot going on, but we were just talking about pure enjoyment. Yeah, life can be way less dramatic than they make out in the movies for sure. And yeah. You're going to invest in MGM. They're going to gamble over the next few quarters. There's some wild predictions that you guys have. Imagine if AI solved the cryptographic part of Bitcoin, rendering it worthless. I looked it up. It can't. Well, it just AI alone can't, but quantum computing can't. You need like 1 million qubits of quantum computing to break it or something insane. And we barely have like 100 or something like stable. See, it's pretty insane. It's a pretty insane amount.
Claude finished the fix.
What does Grok have to say? I had to learn what texture quality actually is and how to obtain unlimited texture quality. It was a severe brain game. Yeah, postquantum.com, hack mag. This is a genuine thing people brought up. In theory, yes, in theory, Bitcoin is hackable with quantum computing, but in practice, not yet. And Bitcoin has time and plans to adapt. Bitcoin's security rests on two main cryptographic primitives, and quantum computers threaten them differently. Signatures, ECDSA, and Schnorr, the real vulnerability. Bitcoin uses elliptic curve cryptography, specifically ECDSA, on the SECP 256K1 curve, and Schnorr signatures via Taproot. This relies on the hardness of the elliptic curve discrete logarithm problem, ECDLP. Shor's algorithm, a quantum algorithm, can solve this problem efficiently
Claude
on a
wrapped
large
up
enough
the investigation.
fault-tolerant quantum computer. If a public key is exposed in the blockchain, which happens after any spend from most address types, a powerful quantum computer could derive the private key and forge signatures to steal the funds. That's the main threat, but it does not require breaking the entire blockchain or mining, just stealing from specific addresses where the public key is already visible. Hashing and mining, SHA-256, much harder to break. Bitcoin's proof of work mining uses address hashing, SHA-256. Grover's algorithm gives only a quadratic speedup, square root. This reduces
Claude wrapped up the
256
investigation.
bit security to roughly 128-bit effective security, still astronomically difficult and impractical for breaking, mining, or finding hash pre-images at scale. Attacking Bitcoin's mining with quantum computers would require energy on the scale of a star and is widely considered infeasible even with future machines. We already have we've had quantum proof algorithms and mathematical structures for decades already, by the way. So, current state of quantum computers. No cryptographically relevant quantum computer exists today. So there's no cryptographic threat from quantum computing yet today. The current best machines have roughly 100 to 1,200 plus noisy physical qubits. Breaking 256-bit requires an order of 1,200 to 1,450 logical qubits, error corrected, and estimates of about 500,000 physical qubits superconducting. 500,000 physical qubits. Earlier estimates were much higher. Orders of magnitude away. Timeline estimate. Optimistic, aggressive views. Possibly in the late 2020s to early 2030s. Some Google-related commentary points towards 2029 to 2032 in best case. Mid-2030s or later is the most common view due to massive challenges in scaling, error correction, and fault tolerance. How much is Bitcoin actually exposed? The Bitcoin community is already preparing. BIP 360 proposed and merged into the BIP repo in early 2026. Introduces a new quantum-resistant address output type. Pay to Merkle root, P2MR. Removes the vulnerable key spin path while keeping compatibility with existing features. Testnets are already running. Post-quantum signature schemes, lattice-based like MLDSA or hash-based exist and are standardized by NI. There are discussions around migration paths, including handling legacy exposed coins. Taproot activated 2021 already provides some architectural flexibility for future upgrade. Okay, so they're already future-proofing it on testnets. And at best, mid-2030s could get hacked in its current form without any upgrades. Been interesting. Look at DeFi being looted by North Korea. Crypto is more dirty than software. Bitcoin design is awesome. The yet word was used. I'm not holding my breath on quantum compute. Yeah, I'm not either. I'm pretty skeptical that it'll reach that point of practical usage. Once quantum computers take off, it really will be the Terminator. Maybe. I looked up what we're going to get out of quantum computing, and we're basically just going to get really badass microscopes, really badass telescopes, and we're going to get some really secure, actually super secure, encrypted lines of communication. Because they'll be connected through quantum entanglement as the security layer, and if there's any interference at all, it breaks communication. We're also going to be run on like a Windows 95 in a janitor's closet somewhere mashing COBOL. You think so? '95 with floppy disk or decent amount of storage. Crazy. I remember floppy disks.
Ad break incoming.
All right. I think we'll leave things as is for this. We're not going to keep tweaking that. Let me figure out what's going on with this. Get him to do that. Codex is about to cap out. Oh, yo, what's going on? Codex P2. Damn, what's up? What's going on in YouTube land? How's it going? GPT Soul and a Claude CLI? No, I run Codex inside of Oh My Codex harness OMX. That's why it's in a separate window over here. What's up, Tommy Luco? How's it going? It's going good, man. We're doing our Friday stream. I'm gonna be here for another hour or so.
Claude finished the task.
Tomorrow we're gonna be here for a long time. Do a big long Saturday stream tomorrow.
Claude finished investigating.
Kimmy K3, I have not. I don't feel like it right now. I heard it's the new thing everyone's hyped about. I have $100 Claude plan that I'm trying to max out. I don't really feel like paying for another subscription when I have more than enough tokens to do what I'm trying to do at the moment. But do they have is there a subscription plan to use Kimmy?
Codex finished looking into it.
Yeah, it's also subscription based. Let's see. Okay, this is the cost. It's a lot of money. All I see is API pricing. Yeah, that's not cheap. It's hella expensive. Multitron. I built an AI construction crew, AI powered IDE environment. It's funny to watch them talk to each other about progress while questioning each other's logic for submitting the work to the AI boss, making all the final decisions. Either way, they check each other's work. I found coding results to be like 100 times more reliable. They catch so many bugs they compile. Yeah, that's part of the loop you need for sure. Oh, by the way, since there's a bunch of new people here in both in Twitch and stuff, guys, I multi-stream to YouTube, and the YouTube version of the stream does not have music, both for copyright purposes and to give people the choice, give people the option want to stream with music or not. So just FYI, Twitch has the music and YouTube does not. I get to listen to all the real 1990s drum and bass that I want to without fear of YouTube's insane copyright strikes. All right. Engine Git is pushed. Game repo is fully synced to Git plus Sword. I might need okay, let's see how this animation turned out. That's pretty good. It's just got the choppiness. All right, I think that's pretty good. Let's see if we can do this one. We're trying to get a death animation for every character on the bottom of the screen. I had to, this was a prompt, like, so this was my reusable green screen prompt. And then Claude also gave me a whole bunch of other junk to put in front to get the death animation, but it was too much, and I had to take a bunch of stuff out. We'll see if this character gives us a similar result. Oh, this one I forgot to put a reference image. I was like, what is it going to do? I forgot to put any reference image. Dude, his neck is broken as soon as he hits the ground. What's going on? All right, we'll see what we get with that. The other thing I was doing is we were trying to package my custom Krita fork. Let's see where we left off on that. Under new commands. Hmm. Is this dude capped out yet? Yeah, he's capped out. Uh-oh, gave us... Yo, Beast Kid Kevin, thanks for the follow. Get it. There's no asking you to do with other people's software. Yeah, it is pretty crazy. I saw on the AI game dev subreddit, people can reverse engineer your engine code from just packaged binary files now. It's pretty insane. Like super easily. I think we're still putting too many restrictions on what Kling is allowed to do or not do. All right, we'll try another generation on that. I feel like this is too big of a prompt typically for video gen. It's better to figure out how to make it simpler and let Kling have a bunch of leeway. When you start trying to be super specific with Kling, it kind of like freaks out sometimes. Because it's like, oh, I don't understand how to box this thing in and box that thing in. Dude, how is my codec still running right now? Actually, I don't understand. Hey, there was a bunch of codex agents that were working on trying to refactor our video editor to actually behave like a real video editor, like Adobe Premiere, with there being a core, executable program, and then there be project files that are referencing like external media and stuff like that. I hit the session limit on Codex, but I still see kind of windows like popping up and stuff. Can you look and see if you can figure out what's going on in this workspace? All right, that's pretty good. So let's do Gorlong 2 with this prompt. Let's do the Fox Queen with this. Okay, his is good. I like his. I keep his. That one's okay. I think we can get a better one. Yeah. That one's
Claude
terrible.
wants you to choose an option.
That one's good. It's just laggy. I want to think the other one's better. My distance better. Just because of her staff flying off. All right. We're generating more death animations slowly but surely. We're gonna try to get them all in the game. And the only thing left for me to burn a bunch of credits on is hit reaction animations. But I don't really feel like they're necessary. Okay, somehow I still have a background agent running in Codex. Somehow. I'll be right back. I don't know how that Codex agent's still running when I'm out of tokens session.
Claude stopped for a clarifying question. Claude wrapped up the investigation. Claude finished the fix. Claude finished investigating.
Yeah, the frames are still skipping sometimes. But OBS needed the GPU to composite this frame. The GPU is 100% busy finishing VC Face's work. OBS misses its 16.6 millisecond deadline.
Ad break incoming.
Battle time.
Claude finished the task.
All right, I need to reduce my canvas size. OBS at some point. All right, guys, I will be here for another 20 minutes till about 3 a.m. my time, and then we're going to find somebody to raid a little bit longer online. All three of the homies are online. Chura, Jedum, August. You gotta be asleep in the next hour or so. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go sleep in the next hour. Tomorrow we'll be back for another stream scheduled at the same time. Might be a crazy stream. I might even start it earlier than when I said I was going to. And we're just gonna rip on and dip on the avatars on the stream. Little avatar guys.
Let's try it. Let's try something crazy. Let's get rid of this. All right, we'll see if that gets to something slightly better where he's not like all these characters where they have some kind of crazy attachment to them do not seem to be doing too well with this big long pose, long prompt. All right, Claude just reset. Wait, the 20th? My gosh, dude, I'm barely using these tokens this week. Agentic aspects? I don't know. Hey, were you going to tell me where it gets the data for those usage bars? Did you end up asking Claude? Oh, no. I don't know, man. Like, you need to just tell Claude to go find that data somehow. Codex is broken right now. The latest Codex update, I can't get weekly. I can only get session. It flipped. It accidentally reversed them. Weekly and session are flipped for me right now. But Codex is actually broken. It can't get the data anymore for Codex correctly. Claude, it's doing it through like /usage or something. Want to be quant? It's a term you had to ask your AI. Yeah, quants are algorithmic stock trader people. The branch of algorithmic stock trading.
What the hell? That's terrible. These are both doing the same thing, and this prompt is like way shorter. I think we're gonna go with the shorter prompt. Huh. One's better. Keep this one. . 22% till the 27th. Yeah, I didn't spend mine very well this week. I'm dealing with job stuff, dealing with job applications and stuff. And writing cover letters, doing a lot of video editing stuff.
Claude finished investigating.
I'm not really mass vibe coding tons of junk right now. I do need to work on more of our actual game projects. I spent some more time on those. My whole like layout is broken when I opened the project. Concerning. All right, well, that's not worth bringing up, but okay, so now we're trying to see. There's the mountain. Okay, so now the mountain's rendering. We're going to use this mountain to try to get the same rendering as like World of Warcraft. Okay, I can see the mountain at least now. I need to spend some time thinking about how we're going to blend out the foliage and stuff going towards the mountain. I'll get some World of Warcraft comparison shots. Wow, I don't know why it does not want his death animation. It wants to just
Claude wrapped up the investigation.
have him laying down the like wrong way. It's like the prompt doesn't really matter so much as just what's in the base image. We're just gonna have to accept some of these death animations won't be very good. See how this turns out.
Claude is asking you a question.
And what? Where's my usage for the session in the week? On Codex, man. The heck? That's not very useful. Goutneck. Thanks for the follow. Little Python if necessary. Wait. This chat. Appreciate the follow. We're probably gonna go raid somebody in a minute though, but thanks. I'm getting pretty tired. It's 3 a.m. Is it? It's almost 3 a.m. Yeah, we'll be here for a few more minutes. I put this Claude on the task of taking over on the video editor. The video editor is a mess. It's totally broken. Why can I not see my session reset timer on Codex? It's super broken. Right now, grass trees each have a fade, a cutoff radius. Right now, it looks like a hard cutoff. And then, can you add an alpha scale for grass distance? See if these are any good. All right, that's good enough for me. Good enough. These death animations are taking up quite a few credits.
Claude wrapped up the investigation. Claude squashed the bug.
Where's a classic WoW screenshot? Screenshot in the zone.
Claude paused to ask you something.
Yeah, so WoW, they do a really good job of drawing the crazy like mountains and stuff in the distance. And it fades to the sky color. But the trees are super visible at a far distance. And my trees just cut off like right here. So my goal with the game engine for the open world game is like we want the open world to look just as good as classic WoW in terms of like draw distance and stuff. I don't know why he's smiling, but that looks better.
Claude squashed the bug.
so many characters in this thing, man. I'm hoping this Claude can get the. I really wanted to use my video editor. Seriously. So I think another big project that we need to undergo. So something else we need to do is hey, you hey, we need to make a new project using the Null Engine Zig AI engine. Please look at how this is done in the other existing projects.
Claude has a question for you.
For making the null project file and all of that. The correctly structured ones is null Marlequin and like null Prexnac. But I need you to make a new one, and this one's called null VP, which is short for virtual production. And this is the one where we're going to use the VTuber and we're going to like make music videos and stuff out of this. And it's also going to be our sandbox for testing motion design tools inside the game engine. But the first primary goal we're going to have is we want to migrate.
Ad break incoming.
We want to migrate the VTuber, the current Unreal VTuber project, into this project. In order to hopefully improve the performance a lot because it's taking up a huge amount of my GPU. All right, so I'm gonna start making a new project with the custom engine for the VTuber because the VTuber is taking up like 40% of my GPU usage. It's something just absolutely insane like that. All right, we're back from the break. Only 3 people survived. Only 3 people survived this time. Guys, I was waiting for one of these clods to finish something up. So I think a big thing that I can spend the tokens on, you guys, is I'm gonna spend the tokens on I'm gonna convert my VTuber to the custom engine because the performance on Unreal is just awful. Not only is it awful in terms of how much of my GPU it's taking up and stuff, but I can't add like new features to him very easily or anything at all. I can't add like Twitch commands that are integrated with our chat and all this stuff without having to go into blueprints and manually hook things up, and it's really bad. So I'm gonna finally move the VTuber over to my engine, and my hope is also that he will consume about half the amount of GPU resources that he uses up. Right now, it's causing my camera to be choppy and all this other stuff. You're learning the pipeline converting things to Sandbox from Unity, Unreal, and Blender. Wait, you were doing stuff on Sandbox? I heard it died.
Claude has a question for
We
you.
looked at the subreddit the other day. It looks pretty brutal. In the Open Chibi Tunes folder, can you import the drinking image of the shade shifter? The one that's padded in green screen. It's in his animation folder. I don't know if you have trouble finding it. And then put the layer in the project like just below the null paint shade shifter. I have to paint over his face basically because it gave him a face. He's supposed to be an empty black hood.
Claude's done with the task.
Okay, so my game engine cannot handle blend shapes yet for the face on my character. Can't do it at all. We got some work to do
Claude
here.
finished digging into it.
Man, you guys have had quite the lively conversation, Cobra Chicken and Woot Dragon. I stopped reading your guys' conversation because it seemed like you're just having a good time going back and forth. But and I'm getting tired here, so I couldn't keep up with the
Claude answered that for you.
convo and juggle all these clods. But yeah, let's see.
Claude has a question for you. Claude completed the task.
Oh shit, it's 3:20. All right, you guys, I'm losing it. I'm pretty tired. I had to get up early for an interview and stuff this morning. We're gonna raid Churchomp. I will be back tomorrow. I'm always here on Saturday nights as well. Friday nights and Saturday nights is when you can expect the stream to happen. Some other things we got going on. Probably on Sunday. Actually, I don't know. I think I'm gonna be too busy. Well, we're thinking about doing a community vibe code
Claude wrapped up the investigation.
video game and app showcase stream on like a Saturday morning. And we're either going to do it a week from tomorrow or we're going to do it 2 weeks from tomorrow. I'm not quite sure yet. But I'll be posting like a Google form for that in the Discord. Either this Sunday or next Sunday. And we'll stream that. We'll show people stuff on the stream and play it. Chat can critique it. Give constructive feedback. Should be fun. Yeah, you guys. That's cool. Night. Good luck with the interview. Oh, I had the interview this morning, but it was at 7 a.m. So I had to set an alarm and I didn't get any sleep. It was so stupid. I tried to start going to sleep at 1 or 2, and then I was anxious about the interview, so I couldn't sleep. Then I finally got sleep, and then I kept waking up every hour because I was too anxious about sleeping through my alarm and missing the interview. You know? It was really dumb. And eventually I just was wide awake like a half hour before it. So I didn't miss it, but yeah, that actually stressed me out having it so early. I was like, dude, what if my phone messes up and the alarm just doesn't go off? Cooked. No way I'm going to wake up at that. It's kind of interesting. So, but that's over. Now it's the weekend. Tomorrow I am going to apply to one more job and then you guys will see me tomorrow. I might be here earlier than my schedule tomorrow. I said I'm not going to be on till 9. I might start the stream like earlier. I'm hoping. So we could catch some of the US crew when it's late night for them on Saturday. Instead of only catching morning Europe, you know. But yeah, let's raid Churchomp. Been like, I think a week and a half or so since I last raided her. Yeah, we're going to keep trying to do the video editor refactor when I return tomorrow. And we are working on, we want all the models and stuff and the terrain and the distance in the game engine to look the same as classic World of Warcraft. Like, exact same, hopefully. It'll be super fun. It'll be super. All right, peace, guys. Later. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for five new followers today. One of them was a YouTube sub. It's pretty dope. And 7 gifted subs. Huge. And the good conversation too. That's the best part.
Claude
Always
needs
the
you to
highlight.
pick an option.
Peace.